Well, good morning. Happy Monday morning, the 8th of June, 2026. I hope you had a wonderful weekend and everything is going good wherever it is you are in the world. So this is Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything captured on my screens is the video of the markets for both Bookmap and IRT, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that time, and it provides a complete, accurate record of each trading day, and I stream this session from now, 8 o'clock in the morning, where we're going to do the pre-market and the news and set everything up. And then I stream through the entire cash market, which is 7 hours, and close the stream down at 1500. The last couple of weeks now, I've been starting last Sunday, I started doing a brief Globex stream to determine if there's any interesting opportunities in those time periods. The reason I stream everything is I have a commitment to take no trades off the stream, and all trades are live and real time. So there's never any replay or recordings involved. And that's a commitment. Now, I am not licensed, nor do I intend this streams to be trade or financial advice. There's a disclaimer in the description. But having said that, again, this is my trading journal. So it's a journal of my trading. And only take statistically verified setups to have a positive edge or expectancy. And as they are developing, I anticipate them and discuss it here. If there is a trigger, I execute and then I manage the trade. So that's pretty much it. Let's move on to, this is Bookmap where I execute, and this is IRT, my charting package. And let's look at the numbers for the day, which are exactly nothing. I was quite surprised, actually. There's one instance. One report out at 10 o'clock. This is investing.com, which is my original and probably preferenced news source because I like the way it presents for if I'm going to do a screen grab or post somewhere into Discord. They focus on traditional economic numbers and events, non-farm payroll, CDP, PDI, new homes start, data, not anything random that is not generally considered a economic number. You can filter this for any place you want to be, so that's a good thing, and they're free. That's why all these ads are floating around. I keep them free so that anybody that comes through the stream can have access to the same resources that I use. The other source of the day for news is Financial Juice. And it's kind of ironic, but the reason I keep Financial Juice running, they do pull non-traditional financial or potentially high-risk events to our auction into their calendar. For example, I'm sure something will happen today because of all of the geopolitical noise that's been going on since early last night, since around 1700 last night. I'm sure there'll be something come in here, probably something from Trump or whatever. And I really appreciate that because as traders today, our fundamental mission is to preserve our account. The basic way that you do that is to manage your risk. if you are not aware of a potential risk, then it's pretty impossible to mitigate or manage it. So I really appreciate that they do those, that they pull those types of, and I can't show you an example here because you can't go back historically. This is also free, and you can also filter it for wherever you are in the world. And then on the right side over here is kind of a squawk box. And you'll see down here that there's, overnight there was a lot of conversation about Trump called Netanyahu and told him that he was, to back off and that he wasn't in charge of things. Trump was, and lots of stuff was going on last night. Now, this is, let's see if we can get to some of it here. Anyway, Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept the Iranian deal. He doesn't call the shots, I do. I'm not sure how any of that stuff is going to play with Netanyahu, but we'll see how it all pans out. Let's hope everybody maintains a cool head and that we get this mess cleaned up. That should have never been. Remember that 4 months ago, this was not a thing. So let's hope that it's over with soon. The pre-market. Well, there you have it. There's there's Friday's big sell-off. Here's the overnight. We're about 50% back or a little bit less. I guess you could call it a bit of a squeeze. We are essentially 100% long inventory. Here's the close and there's the open. So all the trade overnight's pretty much been long. Unless there's some real crazy news event that happens, I would expect that we'll have some responsive selling to take profit on the open, and then they may just auction it and, waiting to see what happens next. Was this a precipitant of the sell-off or the correction that will happen at some point? Is this going to turn around and dump? That's what we need to see. Let me first say that this is Investor RT, which is my basic charting package. This is the micro tabs. And if you notice the header here of all of the IRT charting, you can see the instrument, chart type, the periodicity, and the session. Also, there's a watermark, but that may or may not be apparently readily visible. So this is the micro ES. This is the micro NQ. The micro ES micro composite chart, which is my high time frame. And this is the ES, the mini market profile. I changed this particular market profile chart from full session to Globex, but RTH to Globex, but I don't change the instrument. So let's look at this from the high time frame. Again, these are MES, daily time frame, and the RTH session. So each one of these candles is one RTH session. There was Friday, Thursday, Wednesday. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them. So I get these red and green lines represent the high and low volume nodes of this profile. Those values push to bookmap, as do the session prices. There's also a tab for the minis, same exact idea. What are we doing for volume here this morning? Whoa, look at there, 162% volume. For this time of day, looking back over the last 20 periods, and the ATR is 225. So $1.62 is increased volume. Typical. Over the past 20 days. 20 trading sessions, I'm sorry. Bookmap. I assume you're familiar with Bookmap. If you are not, this is the heat map or the chart side, and then these are the columns which I lean on pretty heavily. My idea here is to have all the data that I want visible here on the hard right edge. I don't ever, I do keep this blue, you see this blue line here I refer to as Blue Boy. Now I put that line on, just a vertical line. I put that on the first print of every session. And I do that for a reason. It's a visual cue. If I glance left and I can see this, I know that I have the entire session so far in view. So there's no question about my understanding context. This is the current market now, and there's Blue Boy. This is the entire overnight or RTH, ETH so far. These columns from right to left are the micro composite. This is where I enter those values from the micro composite chart manually. This is high and low volume nodes, full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night, will continue through 1600 tonight. These are the RTH volume profile and delta. They'll reset at 8:30. This is my statistics column, which is real important to me. And then these are the session prices pushed from IRT to Bookmap. I don't have a dome here anymore on the, because I wanted the real estate back. So I have the volume or the resting liquidity, which is the book. This is the order book. All levels, level 2. And these are the session prices. There's no indicator on my Bookmap or my IRT. I believe in keeping it very simple, the KISS principle, right? I only use volume, price levels, price action, and statistics. Over here we have the POC, point of control. Nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. VWAP for the Globex, there'll be one for the RTH, the volume weighted average price, mid. That's it. Be right back. All right, sorry about that. Back to the business at hand here. So there are no indicators, and there's just prices. And of course, they're just obvious. Overnight high, VWAP, mid, Let's look at the statistics, which are real important to me. And the first thing I do is determine the statistical open type for the day. And there's only two criteria, so it's easy. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Boop, there's a close. So it's going to be higher. How would that price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, we know what a big range it was yesterday, and we're way above, on Friday, and we're way above close. See if I can do this without hurting myself here. Well, there's the RTH low, and the high is still above us. So this is going to be higher in range. And the next thing I do then would be to change the column title. And I do that so that I can just glance at that column title in either a screen snap or the stream recording, and I know the open type. Next, we're going to clear the statistics from Friday because they, of course, no longer apply, and we'll find the new ones. And the new statistics are going to come from IRT, and here we go. Now, IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30. So we've just determined that the open is going to be higher in range. So the way this system works is very simple, like everything else I do. And this is where the probabilities come in. The system looks back at 1800, at the most recent 1802 trading days. Of these trading days, 1802, we opened higher in range, 557 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.4% of the time. Overnight volume point of control 80.4. That's all there is to it. Now I'm going to just go down the list. Overnight high 74.5. Overnight high 74.5. Overnight mid 74. Where did the overnight mid go? Got to be buried down here under something. Let's wind this up a little bit. Well, the overnight mid has got to be right here under the VWAP. So let's just call it square and call it there. And it is 74. Okay. The previous close is 69.1. The IB high is 59 point, oh, I'm sorry, IB low is 59.6 now. That's something I want to point out if we can find it. There's the IB low, so 59.6. And oh, come on now. And I always put the initials because when we open, by definition, the IB high and low are simply the price, the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. So assuming we open here, the minute we open, this flag is going to be just below price and the high would be above. That's all there is to it. But I want to know what was at this level. Previous high is way up there. I'm not even going to worry. Previous high is way above us. Overnight low is 48.3. 48.3. And the previous low is 34.3. Now that is a wonderful, this is a perfect example of the situation. Obviously, if we're going to get to 40.3, we're going to have to get to 32.3 first, right? These are only probabilities. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand. These are statistical probabilities of the amount of days that this price was revisited when we opened lower in range, looking back over a 1,800-day sample set. You need to be really aware of that. Previous POC is 66.2 now. I'm not sure if we'll even find it, but it's way up here, I'm sure. There you are. Whoop. And that percentage is something. What is it? 66.2. There we go. Okay. What else have we got that's important to get on here today? I'm not going to do the value area lows and highs. That ought to be good enough for the statistics here. And that brings me to next order of business, which is the TLab snap. And you will ask yourself, what in the hell is that? Rightfully so. The TLab snap is a thing I do every day at 8:20 or thereabouts, close to that. And that is the oops. That is this snap. And what it is first of all, the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. Started by a fellow named Tom B. and still led by him. It is sponsored and, provided by Bookmap, obviously. But you're not solicited for anything in there, including a Bookmap subscription. Now, I'm sure they would love everybody to subscribe, yeah? But whatever Tom's got cooked up with them, they don't solicit in that room. You're never Tom is a professional trader with like 48 years experience. He started as a money manager way back when, 80s or something. He doesn't trade live, nor does he call, or it isn't a live trading nor a trade calling room. It's just an analysis and a conversation about the market and about, risk management and stuff like that. And there's a good crew of people in there. And I used to be active quite active in there until I actually took Tom's advice. And out of that came the stream, which is to focus and narrate your own market and what you're watching to trade, as opposed to yucking it up in some room or another. And that's what I've done. And that's hence what we have here. Now you see the overnight, I just got pushed up. So that's where we are. And the snap I put in there every day is this, just to give folks in there that don't have a similar kind of charting all the numbers they may want. Also, I share the session prices with anyone, and I mean anyone, anybody here. If you could use these, you just let me know, drop something in the chat. I'm happy to hook you up with the URL that comes from Google, so it's safe and sound, and virus-free. And I published these starting at 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 on Friday afternoon. I'm happy to share them. A lot of people in the Traders Lab use them, so there you go. All right, we know what we're looking for in the pre-market. I'm anticipating a responsive selling and then probably an open auction. Here's overnight. Context is up. Let's see what other stuff we can get into here. In order to trade with Bookmap, you need to be able to, first you have to activate the trade control panel, and you do that with this push button, and then you need to select an account that you will trade against. I am using now 5 Lucid accounts because that was the only way I could de-risk from too minis to explore this new idea of the risk management hedging. So this will be 5 micros. I can close that off now, and I have close, cancel and close. I need to go over here, and I need to make sure the trading statistics is on the correct journal, and it is not. I need to do the multi-account trading so that it copies to all 5 of those other accounts. That's set up. Once this has been proven, and the reason I'm doing this Lucid thing is that, you know, you can't de-risk from 2 micros very easy and still have anything to trade. This way I have a very limited return, you know, investment, the cost of the evaluations, which is a one-time fee, and I can, on passing it, you get payouts. So it's not just throwing money out the window or sim trading or something. There is a positive upside to it. So that's why I'm doing this. And then I will go right back to the AMP Live, my AMP Live account, which is funded by me. But as I said, risk management is where we're at right now, in my opinion. So the hedge then will be this side of the coin over here. And I need to do the same thing for the mini, which is right here. And that will be a 1 lot. Okay. And make sure this is all okie dokie. Should be all the same, but you know, I always check everything, or I try to. All right, now the way okay, I'll explain the way the hedge would work after we get the open, and that's going to be in about 1.5 minutes. So let's see what the hell happens here, huh? Hook in and hang on, boys and girls. Remember, manage your risk. It doesn't do you much good to have a bunch of fancy monitors and, you know, software and indicators and theories and then not be able to trade because you blew your account up. So risk management is the key. Let's see if we get a reset like it's supposed to. There's some difference between the system clock and Bookmap somehow. And both Bookmap and IRT are running on the rhythmic data, same account, live data. And I have rhythmic running in admin mode so that it resets my system clock to, you know, syncs with its own clock every 2 minutes. But for some reason, Bookmap just doesn't get it. And I don't know, but I've gotten over worrying about it. And we've got about 5 seconds. And there we go. And there we go. I did that manually because it didn't reset. Now Bookmap, and now IRT seems to be having a problem over here. Jesus. I'm going to need to restart IRT because it's been It's been open since the stream last night, and it needs to get its collective knickers out of a knot for the big delay here on the volume, and that's bad news. Okay, let's get over here to IRT, and I'm going to change these from the full session to the RTH session. That keeps those session prices in line. So what do we have now? Well, this is Friday, and here's today. Big gap up, opening, gap opening. There's the close. There's the open. Not inside or outside range, but definitely gap. Excuse me. And here's Friday, and here's today. And let's get over to the mini tab and do the same thing. The reason for this is to have the session prices, the relation of the relationship of some of the session prices to each other, to be as expected by the people who use these levels. Primarily, it's the value area and the developing value area, those levels. Okay. Save that, mother. Big delay, I think. Big lag, 29 seconds. So that's marvelous. And let's get back over here and let it work its way out. Okay. Well, we're opening right up here at the top. Are we going to get that responsive selling to take some profit? Or are these guys going to go in auto squeeze mode, which they tried to do Thursday? We don't know. Or I don't know. Let's put it that way. Good morning. Welcome to the stream, Risk Neutral Trading. Hey, Antonio. Bon dia. A lot of crazy stuff going on the geopolitical world last night. So make sure you got brackets in everywhere. There's no news out, but a lot of comments from the fearless leader over here that I don't think are going to go down very well with Netanyahu and Israel. We'll see. I sincerely hope, I hope so, of course, but you know. Okay. I've been up since 4, so I'm, running on 4 hours already, so I'm a little bit on the groggy side of life. Let's kick off some tunes here and get the blood cooking here. This is the current stuff that's going on, but this is 4 o'clock in the morning, yeah? Almost 8 o'clock. But what I was talking about, there's a bunch of conversation around 5 last night. We're still 4 in the morning. Bunch of conversation around 5 o'clock last night about proceeding blockade will remain in place. Both sides Israel are looking for, but he was going on about Netanyahu will accept what, here we are, I think. No. Basically, he was tweeting that, He's calling the shots, not Netanyahu. Israel will accept whatever deal Americans put in place, and that's final. And I find it hard to believe that Netanyahu's going to think that was a good idea, but who knows? I mean, let's hope. I just, given basic personality in the history of Benjamin Netanyahu, he doesn't necessarily, I don't think he's likes playing second fiddle very much. So we've got a little of that selling coming in here. Here's some of that responsive selling I was looking forward to. Not very much though. I've been doing this Globex Asia Open stream every evening. It's starting at 1700. To find out if there's any interesting opportunities down there for the opening range breakouts. Nothing that's really floating my boat yet. Talk about that later. So we're open. We opened higher in range. We didn't tag the overnight high, but we did pick out the nothing else actually. We haven't picked out any of the levels. We are a big gap up. By definition, by correct definition, and I was wrong for a long time, I always figured gap the higher low compared to our open. Previous higher low. That's incorrect. The correct definition of a gap is close to new open. So in other words, over here, the close went somewhere around here, it's down below us. There's the close, so the gap's from the close to the open. To there. That's the gap, so it's substantial. And I want to point out to anybody that's in earshot of this stream to be really careful of bookmap, especially I had never actually noticed it before on the previous versions. This is 7.7.0 build 19, which is production. When you've selected an account and this is green, this means that this active data column right here is hot. Anywhere you click here, you've got an order or a trade. And now I want to point something out that happened to me on Friday. See how the pointer of the mouse is a dollar sign? Watch this. It's still a dollar sign and I'm over the price column. If I clicked right there trying to drag the price column, that would be a long limit or long market order, and I'd be long down here, and that's exactly what happened on Friday. So there used to be previous versions when you selected, instead of an account, you selected whether you had active trading on the chart or the DOM columns. That no longer exists here that I can see. So anytime that this is green, whether you mean to, whether you think you're over here or not, you got to come into it from this side and make damn sure it's not got that dollar sign on it, or you have an order on. And that's exactly what happened to me on Friday. I can prove it. Now, there's close all and cancel up here, and I'm close all and cancel, and I'm pretty fast at getting to it, but it still cost me 30 bucks. So be careful. And now, let's get this useless, lazy, get out of bed, Blue Boy. What the hell's the matter with you? There we go. That is the first print of the RTH trading session. Blue Boy's on the job. Remember that the whole concept of Blue Boy there is just a vertical line, obviously, and I joke about it, but as there's the Blue Boy for the just completed overnight or ETH session. So I know that if I glance left over here and I see Blue Boy, there's no question that that is the full session in view. I definitely know I have the correct interpretation of context. So I put now this is for the RTH session, and we can wind out to get our 5 minutes down here or whatever we want on the timeline. And when I glance left, if I see Blue Boy over there, I'm going to know I have the whole session. So far we're having we had a little swing high and a swing low. How low can they go? Here's the IB low, the IB high. Everybody's happy. Everybody dance. Oh, I'm tired. I'll be the first to admit that, and that's one of my trade plan rules: is be sure you're well rested, hydrated, not on emotional tilt. And I'm not in danger of that, but I'm aware of it, of being tired. Till I get used to this schedule with Tam. And of course, I wanted to be sure I was up early at 4:30 to get her breakfast and stuff for her, and I, woke up at 4 in anticipation of that, so that was fun. Well, not much of responsive selling. Well, now that's incorrect, because now watch this. This is where what I was trying to do Friday, and I went like this first and got myself burned. So got to be real careful when you adjust this price column if you have your levels set up as I do. So now we have 1 point high on the price ladder, resting liquidity, and you can see that we've got about what is this? 69 to 38. 70 to 40, huh? So it's a 30 handle range. That's substantial. I think I don't have my shoes off, so math is hard, but let's get over here and see what else is going on now. Here's our open, and here we are right now. Friday. Reflected right here. Widen this out so we don't get choked up. IRT likes to get jammed up. Still got lags going on. I'm going to restart this about top of the hour. Let's see if we're starting to plot. Everybody, yeah, there we go. So here is the London high and low, and here's the beginning of our session right now. I'm going to turn this on to get my levels across there. There we are. This shouldn't be doing anything, and it's not. That's lovely. And let's see what we see going on here. Why is this doing that? goofy. Oh. I don't know why that's doing that, but it's not supposed to, needless to say. Oh, I know what I think I did. Tuck this over here, slide this down. All right, there we go. Yeah. Obsessive compulsive is a lot of fun. It pairs well with my dyslexia. So let's save that. And now let's look at this new and improved Trading View thing, which is becoming an interesting deal for me. Here are the outcomes of the Globex stream and opening range breakouts. Yeah, this is the Globex and this is Asia. Now I'm going to turn those off. And let's fire up today. Let's fire up the real McCoy, baby. So here's the IB stat. We're at 31 handles. We have the initial balance. We have the market sessions. Where's the opening continuation? There we go. Continuation candle thing. All right. No. These indicators here, the sessions and these initial balance with the percentage zones, are part of the package of indicators that come with a subscription to Edgeful. If you do all of these indicators, and I've only looked at 3, right? So I'm kind of a if it ain't broke, don't fix it sort of a guy. So here's what we have going on. Here's the IB high, there's the IB low. The IB high was put in first. The IB low was at this moment in time, later. That's important. Typically, the second formed level is the one most likely to be broken out. And we also have this continuation candle, which is being represented by this red line, and that is just measures the relationship between the opening print and the closing print of however long you have this set for, and I have it set for the same 1 hour as is the initial balance. So there we go, and here's a dashboard that tells you what else is going on. So that's it. These things are based on my Edgeful the Edgeful data, and we'll look at those probabilities here pretty quick. Yeah. Oh, Anton, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed back from his vacation. I hope you had a great break, my brother. I missed the quintessential fantastic trade Thursday. I think it was Thursday, yeah. I actually had read it, put the orders in for the entry and the hedge. Price never came back, and I don't chase them, so it just drove off without me. It was pretty disappointing. But hey, today's another day. Trying to get to the bottom a bit more of this Edgeful data, making sure that I've got I'm approaching it right. Still trying to get some clarification from their support people about some overnight stuff that I see happen that doesn't seem to show up. So I must be doing something wrong. So we're having a little of that responsive selling. Can't get it too far below that low volume node from Friday, however. I had an early morning delivery for with Tam to her work this morning. I've been up since 4, so if you hear some snoring, it's going to be me. There's some potential dust up in the geopolitical world here. So, you know, obviously keep your risk managed. I'm gonna get some more tea here. Okay now. Oh, that's a bummer. That's, yeah, it sucks. I mean, as you know, I'm pretty sure you guys are aware of the fact that I bitch about IRT lag in about every 10 seconds. Right now, I got a 28-second lag on IRT. If it were my trading platform, it's unusable. Fortunately for me here, yeah. How much RAM do you have now? I think you told me, but I forgot. Oh, you have a laptop, I think, right? Yeah, never mind. But you should. With sysinfo, you can get your RAM. Look at us go out the bottom. Who's that? Who is that masked man? So yeah, I'm guessing that Netanyahu didn't like Trump's comments about he's got nothing to say about it. I'm the one calling the shots. When I read that last night, I thought, ooh, I can't imagine BB liking that one. I'm gonna restart my IRT now. I know you guys don't use the levels, so no sweat, sweetheart. Even Bookmap's taking a choke over there. Well, 31s to 70, huh? Essentially 40 handle IB. Down. Pretty much down. Yeah. That's kind of one of the things I was noticing about my stuff too, is it never looked like these things were ever even close to 100%, except that one thing I noticed was the CPU was getting a little warm, which could be I might not be a lazy turd and pull that machine out of the rack and vacuum it all out, but yeah, it's, yeah. Well, I have 64 bits, gigabits of DDR5 RAM here in this machine, and well, I don't know about now with all this ridiculous AI crap going on, or data center thing. I think RAM and GPUs have gone off the charts, but it didn't used to be very expensive. And we're going out the bottom now. I'm so pleased. Been doing a stream starting at 1700 each day, starting last Sunday, and going until about 2030 or so. It gets the opening range breakout for the Globex and also Asia to see if there's any interesting opportunities down there. Makes for a long day. I'm basically here on the desk 12 hours. I mean, obviously I step away and stuff, but well, let's see if that works. Having restarted that stuff. It blows my mind, but I mean, because I don't know. I guess I have no sense of time anymore, history. But this machine, I built it when we moved here back here from Kuala Lumpur, and it's going on 5 years. Blows my mind to even say that. Blows my mind to say that. Well, looking at the Edgeful stats, it's the way these things start falling together is the IB high was put in first, so the IB low will be is the likely candidate for a first break. There's the 25, 50. This is wrong. This is completely wrong. It hasn't recalculated since this IB low was pushed down here. I mean, look at that, obviously. He's supposed to be equidistant, right? 25, 50, 25. So it's not recalculating properly yet, or hasn't pushed the data yet and recalculated the levels for this big extension to the downside. And let me see. Oh, I know why, probably. I had restarted everything, right? Mm-hmm. Now it's recalculated over here, so it should push across there and be right. It looks like it is now. Recalculated here now, so that's good. Whoa. My goodness, I got this sneeze-a-thon going on over here. Yeah, I used to run one of those fan jobs too. It's like a laptop stand where it's got a fan in it. Yeah, those help definitely. This whole AI thing is, and these data centers and all this crap, I think it is a giant bubble. And most of it is complete BS. You know, this is like this tech bros just make this crap up. Like, you know, Elon Musk is going to have a colony on Mars in 10 minutes. I mean, you know, it's, I don't have that good at drugs, I guess. If you want to, like this latest, you know, data centers in space, that is the stupidest idea and could not work even remotely. If you look at the numbers about it, it would need like 3 kilometers square solar panels to generate enough power for one data station. 3 square kilometers. Hugely expensive radiators to dissipate the heat because there's no wind in space. All there is radiation. Cooling. I mean, it's there's a couple of things. There's one science guy online that went through it. It's just complete ridiculous. But you know, all the fanboys. Oh yeah, oh great, data centers in space, yay! It's just ridiculous. It's like Doge, right? Ended up selling the American people's Social Security records to data scammers. Didn't save one frickin' penny. But somehow that was great. Jesus. I tell you, not my favorite guys. Kind of like the crypto squad. Hey, what's up, Richard? Top of the morning to you there, bucko, or whatever you say. You have some haggis this morning? I like that stuff, by the way. I used to love going to London to the meeting at our office and our headquarters up there. I liked haggis and all that stuff. It was great. Oh, well, there you go. Well, my kids swear up and down about apples. I mean, from the work I've done, I've been kind of PC oriented most of my life, but you know, we've got iPads, and my wife's got an Apple laptop, and a PC, and then of course iPhones and all that crap. But yeah, I think that wouldn't hurt my feelings to get away from Windows and PCs at all. I've looked at Linux and I figure that. Yeah, I know it's a Scottish dish. They used to have it in when we would go into Durham, which, as you may or may not know, is up north there. In the hotel where we stayed, they had kind of like a breakfast buffet, and they always had haggis. It was great, and you know, I really enjoyed my trips to London and to the UK. Especially Durham. That's the castle there at Durham was one of the filming sites for Hogwarts. It was the castle, I think, is what they used for Hogwarts for Harry Potter. It's really pretty incredible, that history, you know. Bangers and beans and toast. There you go. There's a breakfast for you. Beans and toast. Like that too. Now you're making me hungry. I'm making me hungry. Somebody else. Or can you tell I am hungry? Yeah. Well, a bit of a little responsive selling, and now they're in a consolidation here, huh? And we're just coming off of something. Can't even see the clock. Oh yeah, 10:15, 9:15. 15 minutes on the IB. I'll be pretty surprised if nothing weird happens in the news, the geopolitical side of life. Let's see about this. Okay. Let's go down here. Let's go here. And let's go here and here and basically here, and see how we start this going forward. It doesn't want to remember the damn instrument. Oop. Okay. So on Mondays, we've got a 69% probability we're going to take a single break, a double break, and no break. On the IB, in this correct session. The continuation candle, we know what that's at. I don't think I need that report. Let's look at the buy rejection here. Customize. All weekdays. No ending zone. So what this says then is that there is a correct. If the IB high was formed first, and it was, there's a 72% probability that it will first break the IB low. Okay, so you could. The theory about this is do you trade in anticipation of that statistic? I'm kind of torn between the devil and the deep blue sea, right? So here's the 25%. When we were up here in the 50s, if you wanted to trade toward this direction, that was substantial amount of reward for your risk. What is that? 39? Well, it's almost 10 handles from the 25. So that would have been a reasonable trade in anticipation or front running the level down here. Now, remember this. Oh, no, it won't change. Last night, in both the Globex and Asia, we were in this configuration. Then all of a sudden, they zoomed up here and took out the IB high, and extended the IB high. So that immediately flips the relationship on its head. Then the low is in first, and the high is the most expected. So these values change around. Let's look at the day, though. I saw something kind of strange there. Let's look at the day. Let's look at Monday. Okay, still 62 to 25. Now the traditional way to trade this without front running, oh god damn it, I'm sorry. The traditional way to trade this without front running is to, once the level is broken, we gotta get this on Monday instead of Friday. Once the level is broken, if it's the IB low, which is taken first, there's a 57% probability we will retrace to the 25. So that means that if we take the IB low, then there's a 57% probability that we'll retrace back up here to the 25% level. And 28% probability we'll get to the 50. So the theory behind it is, if you retrace to the 25 or in that zone and you take a short, you can put your stop above the 50, or if you want to be real conservative, above the 25. And interestingly enough, it's the same probability for both the 50 and the 25. Ooh, that's not good, is it? You know what I mean? Same probability to get to the 25%. So it wouldn't do you much good to put your stop above the 50. That's how I read this anyway. That's where I'm trying to get with it. Well, the newer ones, like I was talking, my son and his wife are, they've been Apple forever. They're fruit folks. And nowadays on the newer Macs, you can run Office 365 and all that, which used to be the reason why we didn't do it, because of the applications, right? So yeah, I'm not at all, I would be tickled to death. Actually, I'm so disappointed that before I left the office, there was a great big old Mac thing sitting around there that nobody was ever using. I'm sorry as shit I didn't grab it and take it with me. But I don't have any Mac stuff here now. So, and you can't build them like I build these PCs. So, yeah, there's that. I don't know if do their graphics cards export to D-port and stuff like that. I'm really a donut about it. So here we are. It's now 9:20 and we're at the 25 and tickling up. We've had a VPOC migration south. Is this the place to go short in anticipation of that IB low? Or not. I guess that was the place to short right there, huh? We just dropped down about 5 handles. Football. I got to stop talking and start clicking. Damn it. Damn it, Janet. The risk reward would be upside down because you'd have to put the stop over the 60. I would use the hedge, I think, because otherwise you'd have to put the stop above that 25 off the top, and that would be 2 to 1 the wrong way. Now we're getting higher highs and higher lows off that bottom right there. What does that mean? No, you won't have any problem. It's just the difference in keys. Like they don't use a control thing, and some of the stuff one of the things you'll be doing is you'll be going up here trying to click maximize or something. And it's those 3 little light guys over here on the left. I mean, it's just basically silly stuff. And then there's a lot of advantages to it. It's a nice operating system and a nice setup. If you can get an Apple cheaper than an Apple with the similar specs, wow, that's cool. For cheaper or the same. I don't know how their graphics stuff stacks up. I mean, they obviously don't use all this GPU and NVIDIA shit and all those things. I don't think. I think they've got their own onboard stuff. So how that handles everything, I don't know. Yeah, I don't care about gaming either, but is that gaming because of their GPU performance? I don't know. I think that's what I was trying to say a long time ago here, is that we really don't use that GPU intensive stuff for trading, that ray tracing and light, stuff. So I think the reason that Mac lags in gaming is not the performance for the games that are adapted to Mac, but I don't think they've adapted a lot of games for Mac, is what I believe. I don't know. I've never played a video game in my life. Just for example. My daughter, on the other hand, is dangerous. Well, now, to short or not to short, eh? They keep teasing that POC, and every time I say that, then it turns around and goes the other way. I think I'll be content to stand here and see what happens. I'm a little groggy. I've got the hedge all set up, I think. Yeah, now as far as the I've got the hedge thing set up, and the way that is working here now. This a contribution from Anton. The initial Order is 5. There's a 5 lot in the micros. And the hedge just replaces the hard stop. That's the idea of it, that, as I understand it. And so assuming that the trade presents itself, and let's take a short, for example, from the 49 up here. Well, look at them go. Now see, they're going to turn around and take out the IB high. Last night, both opening ranges took out the wrong side. The high was put in first. They took out the high instead of the low, which is considered to be the first. And where the hell happened to the I? What happened to the initial balance high? Where'd that go? Oh, way up above us. Okay. So are they going to get up here to a price check at aisle 3 maybe? I don't know. Anyway, for the hedge, what would happen is, assuming that it got, you know, at the 50, say 74.50 short, then there would be a long one lot at 74.55, depending on what the stop loss would be, and an additional and an add of, well, I haven't done anything yet this morning. Oof, get rid of that white stuff. Ow. So let's pretend that it is, where did it go? Hedge, there's what we're looking for. Let's pretend that it's whatever I said it was, 74.50. Okay, that would be the entry, and it's short. 5 lot. Then the hedge, and it's a 3-point or 12-tick stop. So there's the entry. There's the stop. An add of 5 more micros and a long of 1. This would be short, and a long of 1 mini. Now it's a direct short to the average price of 6 ticks or 1.5. And price can go up as far as it wants to, down as far as it wants to, and that is the exposure you'll ever have. What I haven't worked out well yet is to which leg to take off when, and how do you get scratch, assuming price comes back down to the 51 halves. Let's pretend that we take off the long side at 51 half. Scratch would be at 50 at the entry. Wow. So we have, you know, higher highs and higher lows here. The IB is going to be set in another couple of minutes, about 1 to be exact. This is kind of no man's land for me. Typically this would be an absolute no-no for a trade entry, because it's right in the middle of all the traffic. The thing that's got me worried here is that it's not. Yeah, exactly. And you know, I can smell squeeze. All it would take is some kind of a tweet, and these guys would go auto squeeze and look out above. Yeah. And I'm still got that taste in my mouth of missing that trade over the last week, Thursday there, that I had all in, and I just hesitated on the read and put in the orders, and it didn't ever do this. I have an actual screen snap of it, but and then, you know, look out below. Bookmap, you say, is can run native on. Be sure can run native on Apple, or does it need to be in a, like whatever containers, whatever they call it? Because that would be that would probably be great. IRT doesn't. I'm 90% sure. Yeah, well, Apple's always been the graphic, the go-to choice for graphics people. So I would assume you're exactly right. Well, okay. I'm standing by. I'm not gonna do this. The probability is for the initial balance low, and I don't think that there's, we're too close to the high route. That liquidity at the 60s is calling them up there, and then we got the next pile at the 75s. Oh, that's cool. That's great. Well, I'm sure as hell not gonna. Somebody said something there. Yeah, so Israel's going to start trying to see if they can glom some land out of Lebanon, I guess. I mean, I guess that's what that spike was. Looks like about the right time. I would think it's a pretty delicate period right now, frankly. I just don't imagine that Israel's going to sit still or Netanyahu's going to sit still for Trump telling him that he's nothing, that I make the shots. He doesn't call any shots. I call all the shots. And whatever deal we make, Israel's going to abide by it, accept it. I mean, those are quotes, not just me making something up from last night and through the evening. That doesn't sound to me like something that's going to go down well with Israel or Netanyahu. Yep. Have I let the music poop out here? I don't think I've ever seen this extreme fear needle peg that far over before. Oh, historical values 12. This is as extreme as it's gotten in a long time. I'm not sure how to read that thing, but judging from this and that and this, yeah. Yeah, I just don't think. My initial reaction last night was Netanyahu's not going to take that button down, and the government. Well, what does the world famous statistics have to say? So let's make sure I've got this all happening right here now. My glass is all set. So, initial balance breakout by Monday, got the right session. It's Monday. The zone is all days. The IB high was formed first. Yes, it was. And here we go for the new IB. Here we go again. And watch them flash. Watch them flash in this liquidity at 70. I think they're getting a smell of a squid. See him flash that liquidity at 70? Ooh, I'm beat. Well, I can tell you one thing I would definitely not do. And that's short of mean reversion here. But I think they've got the IB high on their brain, and they're thinking about a squeeze, depending on what's going to happen with the news, or if somebody knows we don't know. I'm standing back. Now they're bringing them down. So the probability here is 25% will break the high first, 62.5% will break the low. So it's not out of the car, it's not off the table. But what we need to do now, which I didn't do, but I will do, is the zone. Okay, here is the zone. So we're in you allocate the zones opposite the first level put in, which is the high. So the zone would be 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50, 75, 75, 100. And here's the closing price of the IB. So that's a continuation candle. So it's indicating south. So this is 25 to 50. That's the closing zone story over here, right there. Ending zone, closing zone, ending zone. No parking zone, whatever. Aha. Look what that did instantly. It's a 50-50 probability. It's a 50-50 probability or an exact crapshoot on the high, on the IB single break. So I'm off. I hope I was on live. So with the ending zone established, just in case I was muted, and the ending zone is real simple. The closing price, where does the closing price of the initial balance sit? And it's between the 25, 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75. It's right there. It's in the 25 to 50 zone. So 25 to 49 zone immediately changes this to 50-50 when it's all days. Big difference. 62 to 25. Crazy, huh? So there you have it. Well, looking at Walter here, Walter Bloomberg. Sources to Reuters. Israel has decided to stop its attacks on Iran. Israel pauses strikes on Iran, warns Lebanon escalation. Oh, thank you. And Iranian flights to and from Iranian airports canceled until further notice. Oh, yeah. This looks like it's really doing great, huh? And it's important to keep reminding myself that 4 months ago, there was nothing going on there. The Strait of Hormuz was operating normally. There was not people being, bombed and rockets and crap. I mean, that I know of. So, yeah. There were no fertilizer or supply chain disruptions or anything else. I'm not sure what the end game is here. Other than the obvious, misdirection to take focus off of the economy and Epstein, I guess. I can't think of any other thing. And that's what people who are a lot more astute than I am and not biased one way or the other, but just, looking at the facts kind of thing. Gonna take the IBI, sure as the world. That liquidity up there at the 70s been banging up and down. And then they'll probably get going with a squeeze through 75s. exactly why, there we go. There's the IB. Exactly why I don't front run a level. I don't think it's a good idea. My. Look at there. So there's the initial balance high. Taken right there. And now they'll probably pop it to 70, and there's a big pile of liquidity at 85. It's been hanging up there for, when did the hell that come in the market? Came in the market at the open. Been sitting there waiting for it. Oh, that's my cue to go take a nap. Here we go. 75, then 85. No, I'm not a breakout trader. But so now we've taken the IB high. There was a 50-50 chance that we would take one or the other. Oh. Hello? Hello? Yeah. Oh, wow. Sure. Yeah. Was everything all right? Okay. All right. Yeah, sure. I'll leave now. Bye-bye. All right. My daughter just called. The place where she's gone to work is going to close early. Can I come pick her up? So, Jesus. Okay. Wow, she's been there 4 hours. I dropped her. That's why I've been up since 4. But anyway, so I'm going to have to duck away here. You boys and girls be good without me now. Don't fight. Get along. They're going to take the 80s and then the 85s. Watch it. Well, that was exciting. What happened? Oh, there you go. Yeah, I'm upside down too today, apparently. Them got her half a shift in from 6 in the morning, and they discovered that the food delivery for the stuff they were going to do for lunch or whatever isn't showing up. So everybody went home, I guess. We'll see what the schedule is for tomorrow now. I guess this is an IB failure, but there's really no trigger. I'm sure somebody got it. And that seems to be some craziness going on I need to take care of. And this is a good day to mind your risk and practice your restraint, I think. Interesting though, the last 3 sessions we have not, let me see how to put this. The typical, well, here, let me show you. Maybe it's easier. Reading view. Okay. The IB high is put in first, the level that's first put in, in place. The second level, in this case the IB low, would be the expected first break. Now, 3 sessions in a row, the Globex, Asia, and the New York, I don't do England, London, and New York have all not done that. They've all broken the same level as the first that was put in. So that's pretty strange. There's no way I can do any data about that, I don't think. But in the meantime, well, I'm going to figure out what's going on here with all this other stuff, and I'll be in back and forth here. But keep your powder dry, and this is an environment where a lot of trading, where it's real easy to overtrade. What is the giant retail soup, right? If you got on them down here, okay, you're doing great. But if not, be careful. And I think there's something hanging fire in the geopolitical world that's going to get announced, and then there's going to be a big something happen here, pop one way or the other. So welcome to the stream. Like and subscribe. This is I would be honored. Contribute in the chat. This is my virtual trading journal. This is a collaboration. Certainly not a my way or the highway. So I'll be in and out as best I can while I deal with this.
The IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Well, what the hell's going on? I guess if I had to pick a day where everything went weird, this is a good one to do it as far as the market's concerned. Not a whole lot of anything going on there. Wow. Sorry about my in and out and up and down there, but, you know, life's what happens while you're making other plans, right? Let me see. Wow. What a bunch of weird stuff today. So let's look at exactly what we really have going on here. What do we really have going on here? We've got 22, okay, 23. Oh, 50 handles. We got a 50 handle range, basically. I don't know, when I first started trading, now actually, after that, let's say 10 years ago, the summer months were famous for no volatility. And I'm talking the ES maybe moving 10 handles. That's why people started moving to NASDAQ a lot of times. But now the craziness and the volatility is so extreme. But yeah, the summer doldrums, man. They used to, jokes about, well, we gotta, all those jokes, watching paint dry, listening to grass grow, drive stakes to see it move, all those kind of. All those kind of crazy things. But if there was ever a day for things to go crazy, or on the life side, this was a good day to not be able to stand here. Not boring streaming, but the truth. Take a run around the roses here. There was Friday, and here we are today. This is even a better. I guess you could say we're going to have an inside day here, huh? Wow. Look at that. Talk about no direction, indecision, whatever you would like to call it. Wow. I don't know if these strategies, which are forward testing, are getting anywhere. This one, oh yeah, we had a couple little one down here now. I've got to fix this code or else stop going to this tab. I'll try to do that tonight. The evening stream, the Globex stream that I'm doing now, starting at 5 o'clock, this shoots my homework time right in the head. What's wrong here is, first let me explain in case anybody doesn't know. Welcome to the stream, by the way. This is IRT, and this is where I forward test and back test strategies to statistically vet them for a expectancy, R value, R factor, profit factor, whatever you want to call it, however you want to look at the numbers. And these are the strategies, and they forward test to the IRT simulated environment. So these are actually graphing what this system is doing today on this data, but it's not going outside of this simulated environment. In other words, I'm not stupid enough to have this thing trade real money. Right? Same way here. There's one trade there. This is the original one. And one of the reasons that I'm focusing on Edgeful in the data. So loud. Come on here. Is to eliminate the time consumed in developing these strategies, because I'm no code guy, and so it takes me a long time to build a strategy that works as I imagine it should work. And I don't want that either. I want to have the micros here. That was almost a big mistake. Okay, there we go. Developing this code is not, takes me a long time. I get nice, viable results, good reports, back testing, etc. But it takes forever. So I'm trying to use Edgeful, which is this. So this is where why I didn't mind focusing on stuff I had to do here for the family. Based on starting from the top down, starting from the initial balance trade and then narrowing it down to focused by day and then focused by the ending zone, and depended on which strategy, which initial level formed first, there's a 50-50 chance we're going either way. 50-50 chance we break the high or the low. So I'm not going to get involved in that. I mean, that's a low probability. There's very little probability of follow through or retrace. So there we go. I'm not interested. What else is going on here? I haven't looked at my email or I haven't looked at anything. Okay. This is the trading view with the Edgeful indicators applied for the initial balance. You get all of these indicators when you subscribe to when you have an Edgeful account. So I'd never used it before, but it's really handy. So we had a 40 and a half point IB today. And here's the interesting part. The first level was the IB high, followed by the IB low. Typically, statistically, then, the most likely IB to be taken out is the low. We took out the high. And the statistics changed when the closing price of this IB was in the 25 to 50 zone, and that immediately changed it from 65-30 or something to 50-50, IB high, IB low. And that's when I went, okay, well, I'm not going to flip a coin. That's not trading, that's gambling. We had a similar instance with the Globex last night and then Asia. So we'll see what happens tonight. Not sure how long these Globex streams will continue, but the reasoning for them is that I have a very, very firm commitment not to take any trade off of the stream ever. So if I were to see an opportunity, because that's why I'm doing the streams at the Globex, is to see if there's any opportunities on the opening range breakout for either the Globex or Asia. If there were and I took a trade, I would be violating that commitment. So that's why I'm doing them. There will be no trades taken by me that are off the stream, that are not live, you'll never see a replay or a recording ever. If for some reason, and the reason that's come about and the reason the stream is so long here is because when I first started the stream, I did about 2 hours. I thought, well, that's about what everybody else does. And then I went out, did something, and went and had lunch, breakfast, whatever, came back into the desk here, and the trade was setting up. I thought, well, but wait, I can't do that. And I couldn't get a new stream started fast enough, et cetera, et cetera. So right then was an obvious decision. Well, this daily stream has got to last from 8 o'clock in the morning, where I do the pre-market and everything, and then the opens at 8:30 until 1500 Central Standard Time. And that's what I do. And then the Globex now is from 1700 to about 2030, because the Asia session is 1900 to 2000 is the first hour. Or the IB. OB, sorry. Opening range. The IB is, in my vernacular and my thinking, the initial balance is the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. The others are opening range breakout. And I'm sure that doesn't mean anything to anybody but me, but hey. My ball, right? And so we approach the power hour. Wonder if we have any tomfoolery going on with the news. Let's see if Walter Bloomberg's got anything to allow over here. No, nothing new since the last one I looked at. And well, they're busy rattling their swords over here. Iran and Israel are busy rattling their swords. Who knows who prompted what? Who knows? Volume is still high. Look at this. Oh yeah, very definitely. quite bizarre too, because the ES is substantially higher volume than the MES. It should be the other way around. Huh. That's pretty interesting. Let's see what's going on over here, because on the minis, yeah, same thing over here too. That's really, really weird. Oh no, wait, what am I talking about? This is the ES. I'm thinking of the old way. Sorry. ES and the NQ, and these are the micro ES and micro NQ. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's right. This is completely crazy here. What I need to do is get rid of this one right here. That's what I was trying to do. I want to redo these quote pages. Stupid. Now we have the ES and the NQ micros. That's more like it. That's the way. I like it. Yeah, boy. A little Sly and the Family Stone there, coming to you from the trade desk. Yeah, all right. Boy, I had that balled up, huh? How the hell did I do that? That's correct, and this is correct, and now we're happy. Okay, there we go. And now I don't see something over here that's pretty important, and that's that quote page for the... It's been deleted off of all of them. How the hell did that happen? Huh. Oh boy. What I need to have is another quote page here to make sure that I don't have any anything in the trading quote page, which prevents IRT from actually trying to send trades to the broker. Where the hell did that go? That's bizarre. I had one on every one of these pages. Huh. That's pretty crazy. Well, I can see I've got some homework to do in the crossover. Good afternoon, by the way. Good day, greetings, good morning, good night, wherever you are. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're not over trading, or if you are trading, you're managing your risk. And thanks a lot for stopping by. Yeah, things are going weird here too. That one, no kidding. Oh, well, that's a bummer. I guess. Do your kids game and stuff like that? I mean, you know, it's what I did with Tam. Every time I build a new trading computer, she gets a new gaming computer. And, you know, if they don't have one, then you could do something in the meantime, I guess, but that sucks. I didn't realize there was a big delay on Apple products. I'm just amazed at this quote page with the, I wonder if it's hiding here somewhere. Oh, come on, son of a bitch. Boy, this thing drives me crazy. Look at that, I can't just grab this window and move it. Ah, damn. I guess maybe I needed something new too. Wow. That's just freaking magic. And there's no lags. What is going on, you know? What is it with IRT that says I can't move this stuff? Like I should be able to just, there we go, do like that. Why does it have to, is it waiting for CPU cycles or what the hell's going on? And this is stupid. Wow. That's so frustrating. Which model Apple are you looking at, just out of curiosity? But none of my business, but I'm just curious. The Apple that I could have grabbed and I didn't, unfortunately, that I regret now, was one of those. It's older. It's an aluminum. It looks like a tower PC, but it's aluminum. And so it was basically, you know, you use keyboard and monitors and all that kind of stuff. It wasn't an iMac where everything's built in the screen. So that would have been. Oh, Jesus, that's amazing. And you know, it takes just 48 gigs of RAM. How the hell does that work? Usually it's, oh, okay. I was going to say, usually it's in 32, 64, 128. I never heard of a 48 gig memory. That seems like an imbalanced stick, but maybe in Apple you can put in different size sticks, you know. Usually they come in 8s or 16s with PCs. That's, in other words, that's all I know. Okay. The mini, that's that little box. Yeah, that's okay. Well, can you upgrade the memory in those little minis yourself? Like you could get 32 gigs and then put in another 12 or whatever it is, you know, whatever the math is there, 12 to 40, 32, 48, that doesn't make sense. 16, 24, 48, wow. Huh. I guess maybe they do. Maybe it's that way with PC too. I just always thought of them in groups of 16. Because 2 times 16 is not 24, right? That's 32. And that's why I would think it doubles to 64 and not 48. But yeah, cool, whatever. What do I know? Nothing. Exactly. About that. Absolutely. And do they support DD, like DisplayPort and all that? You need to think about what kind of ports you're going to be using for your monitors and those kind of things with that mini box. I don't know anything about them, but I'm just throwing stuff out there that I think about when I'm going to build a machine. I run all my monitors on D ports, and I'll only have, I think, one monitor here, maybe off my old, maybe only one monitor and an HDMI. Out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 monitors. Just because I'm old-fashioned. Anyway, yeah, so here we are. It's the power hour. It's about a nothing burger day for me. And seems like it's going to just kind of ride off into the sunset this way. Oh, okay. Yeah, like put in bigger SSDs. Okay. Or M.3s or whatever it is, whatever they are. Well. See how the Globex stream goes tonight. This has been a complete dud. At least I guess I couldn't have picked a better useless day for the market to have a bunch of stuff to do here in TAM and off my game. No statistics. There is some reports in Edgeful about that. Ironic, which I thought was pretty. I was surprised actually. Power hour. Power hour continuation. Power hour breakout. Look at there, huh? Not sure what the hell. I haven't really played with it, so I don't really know. Good. Yeah, I'm sure you'll do the proper research and make a great decision. Yeah, there's no question about it. I am sure of that. What day is this thing working on now? Holy crap. Well, there's a new low of day. We just did this one right over here. Here's what's so funny about these last sessions. The the IB low was the first formed last night, and so it's in the Globex, and so, or the opening range breakout, and so the opening range high was the expected, highest probability that would be signal break first. The IB low was broken. Asia, the other way around. High was put in first. The suspected, culprit first break would be the low. The IB high, the opening range high was broken out. Right here, I just popped this on to Monday. The power hour, there's a 4.35% chance we're going to make a new low of day. And we just did. So, yeah. I don't think I did anything extra stupid with this report, but there's not much you can do. It doesn't have a lot of customization. But, pretty funny, huh? And no customization, just 1 hour. So yeah. Looking back on the MES over 6 months. That's been quite a bit of data, you know. Let's see what the little, if there's a little picture. Yeah, there's a picture down here. Power hour breakout. No new high of, or low of day. New high or low of day. Well, there you go. So, seems like every probability that's most remote is what's being hit today, starting last night at 1700. That's pretty weird. Yeah. Okay, well, there you go. There we go. I don't know if there's an indicator for the opening range. I bet there is. I bet I don't know. I don't think I can open any more of them. Maybe I can. Ah, yeah, power hour breakout right there. Let's see if I can do that, or if it says you use too many indicators, go piss up a rope or something like that. Oh wait, I didn't do it right. Sorry. Power hour. Okay, power hour breakout. There we go. Now I've got to go to the. Oh yeah, it might have added it over here. Oh, here we go. Look here. I don't know what any of this means, and I don't know. Oh, no. Yeah, I guess there's the power hour. There's the power hour, and there's the breakout. So it did that. Huh. Well, there you go. Yeah. Okay, good for you. Shorts, I guess, I hope, or I don't know. I don't know what I would hope, to be honest with you. I was all ready to get in that trade, and then, boy, I'll tell you, that Thursday I was mad. Whoa, at myself, actually, of course. It's, two things happened on that day. Yeah. Two things happened on that day, and it was the 5th. I was trying to adjust the column here, and the damn thing fired a trade pre-market. And here's the proof. And I quickly took it off for 31 cents, and then I carefully watched this and the VPOC migration, and I thought, okay, I'm going to anticipate the trade to the IB low, and I put both my orders in there on the hedge, and it never came back from me, and it ran all the way down the entire 100 and something handles. That was pretty disappointing. I don't chase them, and I guess I should have. Or, you know, recalibrated my brain fast enough to think about this being another opportunity or a trigger, but I didn't. Yeah, I was pretty pissed. I was pretty pissed about this fat finger thing. Really, really upset about that. And that's, I think it's a function of the new update. So if anybody is trading with Bookmap, let me forewarn you that if you notice how, if you want to change your, adjust this scale, for example, like that, You have to hold down the left mouse button and pull it up and down. You can adjust it. Well, I assume you know that if you click in this active data column, above price, that's a market long. Below price is a market short. Right click, left click above. If you want to put a limit order up here, you need to use a shift key. But beside that point, I hope you realize that if you click in here anywhere, you got an order on, whether you like it or not. And I know that. And you see how the mouse changes from a $sign to a mouse? Well, watch this. Oh, it's still a $sign. But I'm over the top of price, and I can go up and down like I'm going to move them. And I went to move the price and click that right and left click, and I was long down at price. Pretty disappointing. Fat finger error. I'll be real interested to see how you get along trading on an Apple, because I'm about fed up with all this crap that's going on with Windows 11 and that frickin' OneDrive and all that noise. I'm pretty disappointed with what happened to those quote pages over here too, actually. See if I can set that up while I'm busy. Wonder why that went in. I wonder how those went away. Let me see something here. Maybe they just disappeared behind the stuff somewhere. Ah, yes. There is one there. You see, it's been hidden. Oh, aren't you nasty? Okay, so that's where that went. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Now my high time frame chart disappeared. Well, that's just freaking magic. So these guys have disappeared over and are hiding over here behind Bookmap someplace. Jesus Christ. Well, that's fun. Maybe not. Now I gotta go find my high time frame chart again. Okay, put that right. Come on, get where you belong, right there. Okay. Boom. 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 I think I used to have a different, I don't need date and time and name and all that stuff on here. I think I can get rid of all these. All I'm interested in is that this says 0. And now I gotta find a high time frame chart. Oh, magic. And this left again. You see that? Now it's not there anymore. Okay, let's see if we can find it again. Minimize quote page. Why is it minimized? I click on it and it disappears. Did you see that? This must be a function of the new update or whatever. What in the hell? Oh, I'm going to get done with that. Well, that's pretty weird. Oh, yeah, hurry up with that apple, will you? I need a new thing. I need a new drug, or what was that song? Huey Lewis and the News or something. Okay, so there's the Renko, 12 ticks. There's the NQ Renko. There's the micro quote page. And there's the trading list quote page. And there's the TPO. The problem is, if I click this, it should highlight that quote page wherever it is. It's gone somewhere behind something. Pretty darn disappointing, huh? And when you click on these, it's supposed to flash the thing you're looking at. So it's nowhere to be found. Oh, wait a minute. What's this goofy looking thing here all about? Son of a bitch. Well, we'll throw the quote page up here and be done with it. Oh, wait a minute. That's not that one. I don't have those. That's quote pages that I have that on. Okay. Where is my high time frame? I come up with these clever names and then I don't remember what they are. MESMC right there. And I'm sure this will be all messed up now. I'll have to figure this all out. Son of a bitch. Okay, I'm not having any fun. It's official. I hope you're short, dude. Well, I've seen a lot of stuff from some pretty sharp folks online, at least, about that you can't really delete it because it is intertwined to some other functions, but you can completely isolate it and get rid of it so none of your stuff goes there. That's the thing. If you search for Ask Leo, I think he's pretty smart and has some pretty good... used to work at Microsoft, by the way, I think, or definitely worked at somebody. So yeah, find out first. But I'm trying to get rid of it all. I don't want anything being backed up any place. I don't want Microsoft grabbing my crap and making copies. I don't want them taking over my document folder and suddenly having that live in OneDrive. What the hell is this? Jesus, It's they have really done some things that are not so good anymore. And I haven't noticed it, but supposedly there's ads in the start menu. Like that is like, oh, yeah. I guess over here, I guess is some of the crap you can do. It's ridiculous. Basically, taking over the machines. Okay, let's try this again. MES open. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I see what I did wrong. I want this one down here. What the hell is that? Huh. Now I have to see which one of these I've got. I think that's it. Ooh, that's not it. Must be this one. Yeah, that looks like it. All right, this looks a little more like the... Look at all the naked volume points of control we've got underneath this price. And above it too, as far as that goes. All right. Let's see if I can break that again now, and this will export all the high and low volume nodes, so that's important. I still have to find out what it's done with that. Jesus. Well, there's stuff you can do to basically get all your files that Microsoft has uploaded to the cloud in OneDrive, and you put them in folders on your machine, and then you decouple OneDrive from everything else. He's got some pretty lengthy articles in there on. I've listened to a couple of them on YouTube, that Ask Leo guy. And it's there so it doesn't screw with the code that that maybe Windows 11 is leaning on for some reason. But it doesn't have anything to do with your files. And that's the part I care about. And what I did on the upper machine for these monitors here, that's a different machine, and I did a de-bloated thing with Rufus, and it's just got a basic stripped down Windows 11, and it doesn't even have OneDrive or anything working. It's all. And that was because it was a new load. I reformatted the drive and loaded it up from scratch. So yeah, bottom of the hour. Okay, let's do the daily recap, and I'll stop fighting with IRT, I guess, until the sessions turn over here. So here is what we've had. Oh, thank you so much. Here's what we've had all day. There's the opening print, and here we are. And our open is lurking right up in here. So that's a balanced profile pretty much, and you can see that by the profile. Perhaps better so here. I've been talking about IRT ad nauseum now, so I don't guess I need to. I don't need to have any more conversation or point this out. I mean, for the new people that are here, and welcome, by the way. This, first of all, this is risk neutral trading. This is my virtual trading journal. This is what I'm doing now, and it's completely transparent and fully accountable, and absolutely wide open to suggestions, comments. This is not even remotely intended as a my way or the highway situation. This is what I'm doing to achieve consistent profitability for my trading business, and I share everything openly. Take any trades that I take are live, real time, and recorded for all time. So no replay, no videos, none of that crap. No rear view mirror narration or anything. So there you go. And IRT over here is my show, I guess, charting package. If you don't understand these charts, you can look at the heading of any one of them, and there is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always figure that out. Basically, I have two main tabs. This is the micro tab and the minis. And they are just two instruments. The NQ, or the ES, and this one happens to be the micro ES and the micro NQ. This is the micro ES micro composite chart. I know that sounds like kind of like military intelligence, but this micro composite chart is the higher time frame chart that I use, and this is the market profile. And I do not switch market profile chart from mini to micro. It stays on minis. I do switch it from sessions, Globex, RTH or full session. Now the high time frame chart down here is, again, from the header. Hello, from the header, there you go. It's micro daily candles, and it's the RTH session. So each one of these candles is one full RTH session. This is today. Here was Friday. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them, and it generates the high and low volume nodes, which these red and green lines are getting kind of redundant. There's so many of them over here. Those values are pushed to bookmap, and it also generates a micro composite VPOC. And if you want to see naked volume points of control, there they go. Yeah, so that's how this works. I do only trade vetted trades, which I have statistically, back tested and proven to have a statistical edge, which sometimes I go through that whole process, but it's kind of time laborious, and I'm not sure interesting to many people. Yeah, the thing about OneDrive is it's got nothing to do with Atlas or anybody else. It just starts taking, for example, it will just all of a sudden, my documents, your my documents folder, it doesn't change the position on your computer or anything else, but your my documents folder will not be stored on your computer anymore. It's going to be stored in OneDrive on the cloud. Now, depending on where you put Atlas, I'm sure that won't be affected. But the thing about OneDrive that irritates me is it just, without asking, it just takes everything. Your documents, your pictures, all of those kind of things. So that's the difference with OneDrive. But yeah, I don't think it would affect, and I don't imagine OneDrive's got anything to do with either Bookmap or IRT either, as far as that goes. But it's pretty obnoxious when it comes to everything else that's yours. I didn't tell it that I want Microsoft to be keeping all my files and personal documents and stuff on some cloud someplace. I don't want that. So that's where I'm going there. Anyway, this is let's look at the important stuff, which I think we're going to have some CPIs this week. Let's look at this is investing.com. It's my old-fashioned news source. It's traditional. They only look at real economic reports and values and numbers. Today was nothing. Let's look at tomorrow. Existing home sales, Atlanta Fed. Pretty light tomorrow also. How about this week? Let's see what's going on. I know that we got something down here somewhere along the line. Wednesday, CPI. Okay, these are major. CPI, and this is for U.S. So this is these are where the broker AMP at least raises the margin, the intraday margin requirement to 25% of maintenance for CPI, PPI, non-farm payroll, and one other. Oh, and FOMC. Forget that. So this is what we have looking for us tomorrow. Not much. Tuesday. We've got some new home sales and stuff. There's no earnings really happening that are particularly exciting now. This is free. You can tell by all these ads flying all over every place. I do that and I leave them that way so any person coming through the stream can take advantage of the same resources. And you can filter it wherever you are. If you're in, Saigon, you can, and you want to watch the Nikkei, you can filter it for there or wherever. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice, and I track it for just the opposite reasons that I do investing.com. If there's some non-traditional economic number, but which is recognized to have risk potential for the auction, they'll pull it in here if they can. Trump's going to give a speech or Trump's going to say something, those kind of things. And then there is a more of a squawk box on the right side, and you can also filter this for wherever. Now at 1450, we'll have the market on close imbalance, and so let's just hang out till then. All right, where are we? Who's on third? Let's see. Well, we've got 10 minutes till the market on close and balance. They're still flopping around down here. I hope you're doing all right with your hedge there, Anton. A couple of times I've been practice trading that, taking those off. I'm still a little fuzzy on which leg to get rid of first, even though I built this tool that shows me how to do, shows me what scratch is and all those other kind of things. But I was doing a practice some random day, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, a week ago or something like that. And I got upside down fast by taking off the wrong, even though it was I would think typically the hedge that's removed is the micro or is the mini side, but I got upside down pretty quick. So I want to be sure that I identify flatten absolutely, So I got to work on it some more, but I'm real excited about it. Still, absolutely. It still is great. And now that I've got this Globex stream at 1700 until 2030, I can't get any practice done, which is kind of a drag. But I'm not unless this Globex, as I said earlier, the Globex stream at 1700 is to, you know, decide or see if there's any interesting opportunities in the opening range trade for Globex or the opening range trade for Asia. So if so, I'll keep going, and it's money, making money, right? But it is cramping my replay, hedge practice, and, you know, stuff on my homework. Oh, cool. Well, I don't know how to do that, so I'm going to have to go through and make sure I can decouple all of those files and folders from OneDrive. I'm dying to hear how you get with an Apple, man, because I'm telling you, I've been looking at Linux, because this just kind of rubs me the wrong way, this Windows 11. Now, my old machine around the corner, the third one over there, which is my old standby workstation, that's still running Windows 10. I don't have any problem with that at all. It doesn't do anything stupid. So, you know. There you go. Okay, let's see. We're getting ready to do something here, aren't we? Yep, the market on close. Let's see what happens to those. No trade. Since I'm getting sick of that. Well, we finally got down and tagged out the overnight volume point of control. Isn't that amazing? I just noticed that. Finally, just now. Better late than never, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I just need to know how to. I need to have what would essentially be a stop in there somewhere, so that if it goes like the other night, it was suddenly $800 in the hole. Just replay, everything. I took off the right hedge, the right leg, I thought. but I can't have that happen, right? You know, so I need to have I need to know where a failsafe is always, and that's just something I'm not clear about at this moment. But yeah, I'm still not. You know, as I said last week, I showed you that snap. It was all set up for the hedge there, and I was all ready to rock. As it turns out, it wouldn't have ever touched the hedge. It would have just been a great trade, directional trade, but I need to be sure that I don't get upside down and get that deer in the headlights feeling. And I really wish there was a way I could just flatten them both instantly so that one can't run the other way, you know. But I can't. I think that'll ball up the trade copier and all that stuff. Okay, a minute and a half for the market on close. I'm going to fill up my green tea glass. I'm ready. Okay, there's the market on close imbalance. And here we have it. Buy side across the board. It was sell side the last 2 days of the week. and big ones. This is 990 million buy side, 719 million buy side, 197 and 105 all buy side. I'm going to the moon, Alice. Everything's wonderful. Everything's wonderful. So there you have it. And then I'm going to back off and reset. And I'll be, the stream will close at the top of this hour, and then I'll start the Globex session at 1700. See how that goes. Meantime, I'm going to restart IRT and see if I can figure out why it's doing all these mysterious tricks. I wonder if I click this. That's pretty weird, isn't it? I click it and it jumps. And a minute ago it said it was minimized, and now it doesn't appear to be. Jesus Christ. But it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, I see it. Look at this craziness here. Look at this line. That's the quote page right there. This is magic. Well, I'm going to wait till I close the stream down and okay. Jesus. Jesus, Lena. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't make me all warm and fuzzy, but there you go. This is a new version or a new update. And they didn't make it the final version, which Eddie said they were going to do last month. This is the first update that they've put out in like 3 or 4 years. I think the last one I had was 3 years ago. So, yeah, this is the current. I don't know if it's been... I don't think that's the build, but maybe. You know what I mean? The production. Maybe it is. Well, it looks like we're going to just trail off into oblivion down here. Now, don't forget that there's been, that we have another hour after, at the top of this hour. We go till 1600. That is the true session. And last week, a couple of times, they ran the closing swing trade and kept going into that last hour and made new lows. So there's been a lot of shenanigans going on lately around here. And look how light the liquidity is. 20s and 30s up and down, except for right around the price. This guy up here never got tagged. This 70 or 85, which I was real suspecting would get hit, it never got tagged. We've got some liquidity living down there at the century figure at 74. And we are approaching the world famous RTH session close. And at that point, I'll be closing off the stream. Be sure you remember to get up, get away from the screens, balance your life. Remember that you need to make sure you are well hydrated, well rested, exercise, fit, blood pumping. This is a really competitive environment we operate in. And I can guarantee that the people on the other side of those trades are loaded for bear. Remember, this is a zero-sum game, eh? The trading is a zero-sum business. Every person, every person that thought it was a wonderful idea to go short down here and buy those, sell those contracts, somebody was on the other side of that buying every one of them. That's why the old adage, the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up, because they don't ever go away. There's no pool of stock like in the equities where a whole bunch of buyers can take the market up, and it doesn't need to be a seller. But in our case, for every buyer, there is a seller, and vice versa. That's why they call them contracts. Well, I hope I can get this figured out a little bit better up here. And there we have it. 7 hours on the clockaroonie here for the stream. So I'm going to bid you a fond farewell. I'll see you in the morning at 800 for the standard stream, or tonight if you're laying around doing nothing, 1700, and we'll watch the opening range breakout, see if there's any interesting opportunity there, or Asia. And that's just a short stream, 4 hours or so. So have a great night, and thanks for dropping by. Like and subscribe on your way out the door. It's only a couple clicks, and I'd be honored. Thank you very much, and it's great feedback. Nice to have you back, Anton. Hope you had a great holiday, and we'll talk to everybody in the morning. Well, I was trying to look, in answer to your question, I was looking for the trigger of price, So, in other words, if the market, my thinking about the hedge is that it just buys time, expecting that the read of the market was likely to be in that direction. For example, if I'm using the statistics based on the opening range or something like that. And so, in other words, instead of the market just maybe got in, I'm trying to see something here on the chart. Maybe market got in early, you know, or I don't know how to explain it. There's no good example here. You know, your say your entry is a little bit early, or your one trigger and then there's actually another trigger, you know. So then, if the market starts to move in the originally suspected direction, you take that the opposite leg off. Is what I think. So that was my thinking there. But yeah, have a great night and rest of your day, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to shut this mess down. I've got to set up the stream for the Globex and get all that organized. So that I'm going to do. Have a good one. We're out and see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, or